Good morning, good morning. Happy Thursday. Today's Thursday, February 20th. I'm in my third trade of the morning at the moment. Currently underwater on this one a little bit. I ended up taking this. This is the first high, or sorry, I was going to say high or low. That's the first low or high in the red zone. Usually that's a decent trade, but looks like we might just be kind of wedging out here, creating a little bit of a bull flag. Potentially. If we tick up here, I'm going to pull this one. And we push down at the last second. Delta's starting to become exhausted. Starting to see a little bit of orange in there. Bulls are trying to push it back up here, though. So I'm assuming this is going to probably be a loser. But we will see. Like I said, that Delta is showing signs of exhaustion. Signal's not ticking up yet. Yep, there it goes. Still going to wait for the candle close on this one. Now, this is a potential bull flag breakout entry, but a lot of times those are fake outs, so I haven't been taking those lately. All right, I'm out. We got this pivot line up here too, so it might have just wanted to kiss that first before rounding back over. Anyhow, that was minus 6.75 on that one. And I am back to trading 8 micros today. So that's 6.75. 8 micros, so this will go to 16. And this will go to minus 112. So currently underwater a little bit. Yeah, see, there it goes. It just wanted to kiss that pivot line there. And we just put in our second lower high. Might jump back in here. You know, the ATR is so low, I probably shouldn't even be trading right now. I don't like to trade if it's under a 25. It's a 19 right now. So, so let's go back and I'll show you what I've done so far. And by the way, like back here, it was also really low. So I probably should never have taken this trade. I got in on this higher low from the green zone. And right after I got in, immediately went against me. And I pulled it. And that was right before news. I thought maybe I could get a decent entry before news this morning. And the news didn't really do a whole lot. It just kind of consolidated here. And as you can see, the delta was really just thin and choppy that whole time. And if I would have taken this tick down short from the power zone, that would have been a winner. But because the ATR was low, I stayed out. I waited for this second higher low here. Went long on that, so that one was a winner. I took 4 contracts off at 40 ticks. And then I pulled the plug on the other 4 contracts when it ticked down up there. And here we are. Still just kind of consolidating here. We just put in another lower high with an exhausted delta. Again, that ATR is so low. Let's see where this candle closes here. All right, I just took that short. I'm in at 22,214.56 on average. And there's 4 contracts off right there. Still got 4 in. We're hitting the anchored VWAP right here. Just sitting at 205. That's that 825 candle that just kicked in. Pushed her down. Hey, Jason, good morning. Wedge on the daily forming here. We are ticking up from that lower power zone, and it just took out my break even on the other 4. I hate it when it does that. But it's all good because that was a winner. Got the open here in a couple minutes. On the 15-minute, we are bullish. We're bullish on the 5, bullish on the 3. Now, we are getting a tick up from this lower power zone right before the open. Always on the fence whether or not I should take these signals. When I don't, I regret it. And when I do, I regret it. That's why I'm always on the fence. Because they can be home runs if you can get them right off the open here. So we got to tick up from that lower power zone, but we got the delta crossing under the confirmation line, so kind of a choppy morning so far. See if this anchored VWAP can hold. So far, it's holding pretty good. Just went back up to that pivot line and hit previous week high. Could have just been a liquidity sweep up there. That delta is still negative. BTC strong candle. My Tau is still doing pretty good. It started scaling out right here, my bot. Looks like my Solana's looking good. Bitcoin's looking good. Nice. I never thought I would see Fartcoin in my portfolio. You guys might be wondering, like, why in the hell do you have Fartcoin? Well, because what I do when I'm trading crypto is I look at what coins have the most volume, and those are the ones that I trade because those are the ones that it's easiest to get filled on. So I went and I saw that Fartcoin was in the top 10 as far as volume goes. So I went ahead and configured a bot for it, and it bought in 1, 2, 3 times, and so far that one's doing pretty good. Up like 15% right there. So again, I don't care what the coin is, but if there's money flowing into it, people are trading it, then I will trade it. I really do not care what the coin is or what it does, but why would anybody create a coin called Fartcoin? I have no idea. Fartcoin is the shit, JWaz says. Zero trend on NQ. Well, that's where I shine, so I don't mind that. As long as the ATR is up. If the ATR is above 25, it's good. If it's under 25, it sucks. So this was an impulsive breakout move from the playbook. I did not take it. The entry was at 831 for short right here. It's in the green zone, but would have been a nice winner. AI created it for real? I know nothing about Fartcoin. But hey, you know, if this sucker wants to run up to the top of this order block here, I mean, that's like a 50% move. So I'll take it. Looks like that's probably where we're headed. Whoa. NQ is trying to pop here. Got the VWAP sitting right here. Maybe that was a little bit of a liquidity sweep slash fake out. Did we sweep this low here? Yes, we did. JWaz is tired of stinky cryptos. Yeah, crypto is a different beast. So we went back up to retest that anchored VWAP up here at 197. The delta still looks like it wants to push down. Back up to the anchored VWAP. Back up to it a third time. Starting to look like that was just a little liquidity sweep. We are above both VWAPs now. Looks like that power zone tick up was where it was at. Right here. It's run 26.5 points since then. We never checked out news today, did we? Let's see what's going on with news. Crude oil inventories at 11 a.m. Central. That's it. Tomorrow looks Looks like we have flash manufacturing PMI at 8:45 a.m. Central. Flash services PMI, existing home sales at 9. Revised consumer sentiment at 9. Do I remember how much the lifetime membership of Zeiierman was on Black Friday? I don't. I want to say it was, I think it was, whatever the current price is, I think it was like 40% off or something like that. I don't even know what the current price is. I do think it was like 40% off, though. All right, that delta's still looking fairly weak. Kind of a weird area to be in right here. Confirmation line is pretty flat. So power zones are typically the best place to enter when it's flat. Here's a big candle to the downside. Back under the VWAPs now. So we had our delta cross. This is our first tick down from the red zone after the cross. This is a short here. I don't like entering on the big candles, though. Man, it's really pushing, isn't it? I just entered short right there. At 22, 166.34. There's 4 contracts off, moving to break even. And my break even got me for the last 4 contracts. That's all right. It's still a good winner. And that's the problem with those big massive candles, is it wants to snap back. So we'll see if we set up here again for another short. That delta's looking pretty heavy. Schroden says, Goolsby is speaking too. I know he's minor and thus yellow folder, but those Fed chirps from the randos still can whip price around on occasion. And there goes NQ back to the downside. Would have been nice if it didn't hit my break even there, huh? We just took out London low. Getting a little bit of a bounce off of London low. We almost have a little bit of bullish divergence going on here. Get a lower low on the price. The signal was borderline making a higher low. It wasn't quite a higher low. It was like a equal low. Delta's still heavy though. Hello, good morning, Hossein. Back to London low. Market's really trying to push through. Delta candles are still big and heavy. Look at on the 3-minute. Those are fatties. Be nice if it would let us jump on the train somewhere, huh? It's weird that all of these candles have been, they've had some pretty big wicks on them. It's like it's trying to get bought up, but it just keeps getting pushed down. Excuse me. Whoa. Now she's pushing. Just hit previous day low. Took that out. Where are we going here? Let's see. Got to get a little bit of bounce after taking out previous day low. When you think? Good morning, Stealth. Was long from 22 for 156 from London, and they just gave it back the whole move at open. Now we're tapping into previous month high. Jeez. Why could I not have been on this ride? Got some big fatties on the 1. Look at the 5, man. Or, wait. Yeah, this is the 5. Why did I flip that to 3? Those are some fatties right there. That's about as fat as I've seen them. Dang. What is happening? What's crypto doing? Let's see. Is Bitcoin playing around with this? Yeah, it's pulling back a little. It's still just dumping. Well, we got a pivot here at 22,041. That doesn't look good. You know, it's funny though, like you go out on the higher time frames and you know, all of these setups are fractal. All of these, boom, boom, here, here, these are all shorts on the hourly. And it's still pushing down. Let's go to the daily. Daily. This is a short on the daily too. We got the delta crossing and the confirmation line. This is the first clear power zone tick down on the daily. ATR is at a 74. So how did I miss this move again? At 8:44, we had a short signal. 8:44. Yeah, I shorted that. And it hit my target, and then it got me out at break even. Otherwise, I would have had a runner this whole time. I would have been in for this whole ride had it not hit my break even on that second half. Oh well. And now after a move like this, wouldn't be surprised if we just chop sideways for a couple hours, a few hours. Brian, you caught some of it? Nice. You know, and it all started up here with this delta squeeze at 822. 822. I did take that short, but then the open kind of screwed me up again. If it wouldn't have hit my break even, would have had a nice ride there. Can we look into gold? Sure. Oh, wow. This is still tanking. Look at this. Those delta candles are so fat. All right. What's gold doing? Not a whole lot compared to NQ. It's chopping. We have a choppy delta. But yeah, it kind of looks kind of neutral right now. We've had a couple lower highs. The delta's exhausted, but the confirmation line is pointed up. The delta's clearly above the confirmation line, so get a tick up from that lower power zone. It's probably a long. After these fat deltas, we're going to have to bring the fat delta song back. Man, no opportunity to get in either. Well, I suppose, I mean, you could take like a tick down, like, look at it, you can barely see it in there. 856, there's a tick down. Let's see, that's right here. I mean, yeah, that's 40 ticks right there. But it dropped as low as 41. Well, it's still dropping. 46 points so far. Yep, the buyers are gone. These are the trains you guys want to catch, is when you get these fat deltas. If you're in for the ride, you want to hold that all the way until the deltas are thin again. The hard part is getting on the train if you're not on it. Jason says looks free to run to 21,965. That's his pivot line down here, 964. We got the average daily range line right here. That's the green line at 974. Looks like we're going to probably hit that at least. Man. Yep, we just hit it. The FOMO is strong. Just hit our pivot line there. 964, still dropping. ATR's over 100 now. In Bitcoin, it's not doing a whole lot. That's, I guess, a good sign. My Tau still looks decent, but Delta's starting to become exhausted on Tau, so that's probably going to sell soon. And Solana's piddling out. Was there some news? That's a good question. I don't know. But from a chart perspective, it just, I mean, it looked like it just kept setting up for a short. We just, I mean, it was here. If it wasn't for my break even, boom, would have had it. All right, we might be getting a bounce here. We're sitting on that average daily range line. The delta's starting to taper now. We are seeing some bulls stepping in a little. Might be able to scalp along here. Personally, I'm going to wait until I see a decent setup. I might even go short somewhere in here. Just hit the 8 SMA. We'll see if we find any resistance there. Closed above the 8. We also got a delta cross on the in that lower power zone there. Delta's tapering, is starting to head up. Yeah, this will probably, wouldn't be surprised if we have a little V bottom here. ATR's a 103. So on the hourly, looks like we kind of tapped into this little block here a little bit. Come on. Fattest delta I've ever seen, Hossein says. Those are some fat deltas. Those don't come around very often, but man, it's nice to be on the train when they do. So no news, huh? There's got to be something. No? Or were the charts just saying we're going down? Like I said, on the hourly, it kept printing off some short signals. So it looks like it was just a matter of time. Now, 80 tick stop on this is going to look tiny. There's 80 ticks. So it's a very dangerous environment unless you open up your stop, size down. And this one candle here is 40. It's a 40-point candle. Marcelo, hello. From Brazil, huh? Wow. That is quite a ways away from where I'm at. I'm in Stillwater, Minnesota. Could possibly be putting in a little bit of a delta squeeze here for maybe a long scalp. Delta's still not positive. It's got a positive slope, but it's not positive. Might be better off waiting for the short. I mean, if you look at the 5 and the 3, those things are still so big and fat. Waiting for a short entry is probably the smarter thing to do. Because those things are going to carry some momentum. So if the delta is still negative and we put in a lower high in the green zone, you could still short that. It's always a little more dangerous in the green zone, though. All right, delta is trying to turn positive here. I'm curious what an 80 tick stop looks like on this higher low. Oh, yeah, see, that would have got stopped out if you taken that. However, Delta is positive now. So again, like if your stop was wide enough, this is probably just fine to take this Delta squeeze. But in order to not get stopped out, you would have had to be at least, or have at least a 21.5 point stop. Well, guys, it's only 9:14. There's a lot of time left in the day. Sometimes I have to remind myself of that. It feels like it's been forever already with a drop like that. So if you don't see a clear entry, you might as well just wait for the next one. There's lots of time. Well, the bulls are definitely stepping back in. You can see it on the Delta. ATR's come down a little bit. It's at a 94 now. Schroden says, interesting. Institutional large block trades are heavy net negative, and retail small block trades are heavy net positive by the same amount. Sometimes helpful to know if it's retail or institutional traders trying to turn things around. Interesting. What are you using to see that? We're approaching the 50 up here. We got the 50 at 86. Previous month high at 94. The anchored VWAP at 98. Ninja of Sadness. Good morning. I haven't found a good equivalent to it elsewhere. The ATOS platform has a cumulative delta. I assume that's what CD is. That lets you split out the CD by the different order block sizes. Interesting. You know, I know Quantower has a lot of features that I think are similar to that. I think you have to have the upgraded version of Quantower to use it, though. Well, now we've had the delta cross above the confirmation line, so I am less interested in shorts at this point. Looks like the bulls are taking it back. Well, we've had a tick down from that upper power zone after touching the anchored VWAP. We'll see if that turns out to be a good short. I did not take it, but the tick down was actually on this up close candle. Sometimes I like those because it's like getting a discount. Definitely would have hit 40, would have hit 80. Still dropping. You know, this is another situation where I'm always on the fence whether or not to take those short because we just had the cross. Usually if I take them, I get run over right away, and then it puts in a lower high, and then so I'll have a loss in there that was unnecessary. And then if I don't take it, it just drops like it's smooth as butter. It's kind of like the opening trade, the signal you get right before the open. If I don't take it, I regret it, and if I take it, I regret it. So it's kind of like a 50-50 chance of that one working out. Nice, Brian. Brian took it. You know, it is, or it does seem to be a lot more significant if you, I was talking about this yesterday a little bit, if you're at a key level like the anchored VWAP, for example. So if it touches the anchored VWAP and then you get the signal, that seems to be a lot more powerful than, like, say it's signaled down here and it didn't touch the anchored VWAP yet. That might be a situation where you get the lower high where it has one last pop in it, touches it, and then ticks down. So if you're making that part of your strategy, that it has to touch a key level first and then give you the signal, that might work out better. It's kind of like down here with this average daily range. Like, we know that if we hit that average daily range, it likes to reverse at that area. So if you wait for the touch and then the tick up, which is, I mean, even though you have a fat delta right there, here's the tick up right here at 902. You could have taken that long right there if that was your strategy. That's a huge upside. Yeah, Brian says works well at confluence zones. Well, the bulls are still kind of holding it here, just consolidating. Delta's getting a little thinner. Starting to flash a lower high in that upper power zone. And we just hit the 9:30 a.m. candle. Looks like the bulls are trying to take it back up here. Or are we just going to double top and have a failed breakout and head back down? If you look at the 3-minute, man, that delta just turned abruptly. We were big and fat, and then boom. That tick up from the power zone on the 3-minute was at 9:03. That was in line with, well, the 9:03 candles here, I guess. The 1-minute entry was better. Brian says we took the lows of last 2 days. They're protecting Fridays thus far. That's in line with the daily 8 p.m. at 22:045. Probably need above 21,130 for the bulls. 21,130 is just above the VWAP up there. I would agree with that. And how many times have we seen it dump like this, and next thing you know, we're right back to where we started? Happens quite a bit. ATR's come down a little bit, so that's nice. Flashing that lower high again. If we put that lower high in there, this will be bearish divergence. Got a higher high in the price. It is a little riskier to go short now that the delta is above the confirmation line, though. I went ahead and took that anyway. $22,092.50. Just looking for a small sliver. There we go. There's 4 contracts in the bag. Move the others to break even. Delta's showing signs of exhaustion. There we go. Now we're getting a nice drop. I trailed that one. I just got taken out on my trail. Still got 14 points out of that for the other 4 contracts. So let's see here. That's 4 at, what did I say? 14 points. Oops. What did I just do? 14 points. That makes that 101. So this goes to 16. This goes to 101. Wanted to keep a short leash on that one just because I know we're more bullish here with the delta above the confirmation line. So if we get a tick up here, it's actually going to be a long. However, I do still think that the 5-minute could carry, see those delta candles on the 5 are still big and fat. That could likely still carry some momentum. So we get a tick down on the 5, we could have a decent pullback back down to the lows. However, we are putting in a long signal here. Delta is flashing positive. We're ticking up from the green zone. Delta is above a rising confirmation line. So it ticks all the boxes. I just went long there. I pulled the trigger too late, though. Hesitated for a second. 220, 080, 75. Yeah. I hesitated for just a fraction of a second. That, yep, stopped out on that one, of course. I would have been better off had I timed it better with my timer, but I don't know what I was looking at. It's my first full 80 tick stop, 8 contracts. That hurts a little bit. That one trade puts me back underwater. Well, if we put in a higher low here, I'm going to jump back long. No higher low. Still pushing down. So delta is above the confirmation line, but in the more immediate time frame, we got a negative slope on that delta. And we had a tick down under a falling delta, which in the immediate short term, that can work as a short, even from the green zone. So that would have been right here. Looks like that would have worked. Yeah, the difficult part about that situation there is both of these have a discrepancy. Get the delta pointed down and the confirmation line pointed up. Looks like that momentum from the 5 is finally carrying over. Was saying, would we have been able to ride the move if we had switched to the 15-second time frame when the delta was fat? That's a great question. We can take a look at the 15-second. So here's where my original entry was. But at this point, we never did pull into the red zone, so there's still not a clear entry until here. We got a lower high right there, so that's an entry for a short. And then these down here are entries for longs to go this way, so that would have worked. And then now that you have the delta pushing up here, you should wait for a delta squeeze, which you didn't really get a clear one there, but there was a little bit of a pullback there. Here's a delta squeeze short. That one worked. And then these here are shorts. So yeah, there's entries here, at least in the more so in the immediate term, as opposed to this giant drop. I mean, you could have entered on these. You know, if you're in more of this sustained downtrend, you could try to enter on those from the green zone, and those would have worked. It's just kind of dangerous to do that because at any point it could pop the other way. It is interesting though, like seeing these shorts here. That would have worked. That would have probably kept me out of this business, trying to go long there. But conceptually, what you're asking, Hossein, yes, you could do that. I don't have much experience trading the 15-second chart, so that's why you don't see me going over there. I have tried it a couple times, and when I tried it, I got ran over quite a bit, so I feel more comfortable on the 1 minute. But when it's moving like this, maybe that's the time when the 15-second really shines. Something that you should backtest. I'm going to go grab some coffee. I'll be right back. Speaking of the 15-second, I did add the 15-second to the trading timer. So if you guys did want to trade that, I added the 15-second and the 30-second. So for example, pull that up here. So you see now we have options here for the 15-second, candle countdown, 30-second. And I also added a none option to the alert interval. So say you want to trade the 30-second chart and be alerted 10 seconds before the candle closes. You can click on that. And if you didn't want to see an alert, if you don't want to be bothered by that because it's such a low time frame, you can just click none. Pretty cool stuff. CPAC ongoing. Just an FYI, Vance on the stage presently. Thanks, Schroden. Here's another situation where you have a falling delta and a tick down under a falling delta. That would have worked right here. That actually would have been a really good trade. You know, one thing I wanted to take a closer look at is if you can find full alignment like that, where say the 15-minute is negative and the signal's pointed down, it's orange, 5 minutes negative and signal's pointed down, 3 minutes negative and signal's pointed down, and the 1 is negative and pointed down, regardless of if it's in the red zone or green zone. All of those, that actually might have a really high win rate, you know. So here would have been an entry. This would have been an entry. But the delta and signal would have to be negative as well. So like here, you got to tick down with the delta's positive, so that doesn't count. Let's see, would this one work? Here's a negative signal and delta. However, see, that doesn't work here because the signal's pointed up on the 3, the 5, and the 15. Anyway, something you guys could play with. I think that would probably be a high win rate strategy to have full alignment across the board. And we just had a higher low put in with some bullish divergence here, so I just went long. Uh, 22.019.25. And there's 4 contracts off. Moving to break even on the other 4. And we hit break even on the other 4. See if we set up again here. I want to take another stab at a long here, but waiting for a clear signal. We're right back at the anchored VWAP from that drop. Put that on the screen so you can see what that looks like. There you go. That's what I'm looking for. Playing around with some of the features inside Quantower because I don't really use it for, I don't have any indicators really in there aside from EMAs and normally I just threw this anchored VWAP on there to kind of play around with it. It's got a bunch of other features. I really do like Quantower. Well, we are above that anchored VWAP now, above the 50. Delta is turning back around. Overall, we did put in a double bottom here, so I mean, we could rock it after this. Back to the upside. JWaz, you went long on the double bottom? Like by this order block down here? I was thinking about putting a limit order right there. But I thought I should be more conservative and wait. Man, that would have been good though. Catch that wick right there. Entry was 22.016. 016. Okay, so up in here. Nice. I got a small little win out of that, little sliver. But you see how it pulled back to the 8? Right there. That was the optimal entry right there. I was playing with my settings in Quantower and I accidentally hid all of my EMAs in there, so I was fumbling with it at the time. Couldn't even see that EMA. ATR is a 65 now. Jason, you're in at 22.030. That's a good spot. I would love to just jump in right now, but we got the signal line right on the top of the indicator, so chances of it pulling back are pretty high. $22.089 is your TP. That's a fairly conservative TP, I think. That's good. Get a tick down from that power zone now. This is one of those cases where the delta's crossing the confirmation line, so it's kind of a 50-50 that that'll work. Looks like it would have almost worked there for a 40 tick. Actually, I think that did hit it. Yeah, that would have for sure hit now. See, those are the ones where if I don't take it, I regret it, because that would have been a really nice move there. And then when I do take it, I get run over. Going back down to the anchored VWAP here and that pivot line. Delta showing some more exhaustion again. Yeah, I should have just taken that one. Good choice, JWaz. That's my strategy today too. If I hit my first target and I have a runner on, I'm just exiting on the first tick down no matter what. Or tick against me. Could be up or down depending if I'm long or short. Nice, JWaz. Yeah, JWAS, psychologically, that can be hard to do sometimes. But the more you do it, the easier it'll get. Yeah, Jason, I would tend to agree with you. I think the chart today is pretty good. Yesterday was awesome. Today, it's not bad. I could have played a lot of these better than I have, but I think the movement today is really nice. I just left a whole lot on the table, unfortunately. That's all right, though. Base hits can still win the game. Yesterday I was trading two minis. I think I ended the day at, what was it, 116 points? So for two minis, that's really good. Today I'm trading micros, 8 micros. So that's why the point difference looks a lot different today. When you're trading 8 micros and I'm tracking it per contract, I mean, you could have one win or one loss, and all of a sudden you're up like 200 points. So, still not really sure the best way to display that. But, I guess I'm doing it more for myself, for an experiment to figure out where the best take profit points are and what tends to work better overall. So, my goal isn't really to show how much money I'm making. I'm trying to show the process. All right, we are getting a tick up from the green zone here. Delta is tapering positive. ATR is down to a 60 now. Got a limit order sitting on the 50 here. See if I can get snagged in. Trying to get a little bit of a discount. There we go. 22.045.50 is where I'm in. Delta still looks fairly weak right here. Yeah, I figured I was going to try to put in a lower high now. Well, it is about that time for it to start kind of chopping sideways, I guess. Let's see if we could pull out of it here. Get those bulls to step up to the plate. Come on, bulls. Step it up. We did tick down right there. So borderline, though. So I'm still hanging on. We got the delta positive, and it's trying to curl up right there. See that? That's why I'm hanging on here. It's usually a leading indicator. Almost to my first TP. Delta's still pretty weak. And I'm out. I should have just pulled it when it ticked down from the red zone right there. That would have been a winning trade, actually. But I turned it into a loser by holding on for just a little bit. $6.25 on that one. I have a book you should read called the Cumulative Delta Playbook. I know, right? I should have exited, but I didn't. But see, I knew this was coming because that was a leading indicator right there. I was waiting for that. All right, I'm back long. Gosh darn it. That's the tick up from the green zone with the rising delta. I did pull the trigger too late on this one, though. I'm in at 22.060.75. Oh, wow, I'm way up here. Too late on the trigger. Don't you dare start chopping here, market. It is about that time. Choppity time. Come on. This should be a good one, though. We should be able to make our way back up to the anchored VWAP. There you go. Keep moving. Delta's rising. BTC's going again? Oh, hell yeah. That's nice. All right, just took 4 contracts off. Back to break even. Oh, don't hit my break even, please. Don't do that yet. Just go, market, go. I can't get any sustained moves today. Yeah, just hit my break even. What the hell? Well, I guess it was a winner, so I shouldn't be too upset. Well, maybe this means I can go long again here. What is it doing now? We're ticking down, but we have a rising delta. It's super thin. It's usually leading. Come on, give us another tick up. This is dangerous. Thin ice right here. Thin spotty delta. That'll kick your ass. Well, if Bitcoin is running, what's that mean for my Solana? Nah, not much. In my fart coin, Tau is still holding. I know, I honestly can't believe I bought that, but hey, if it makes money, I guess I don't care. If you get rich off a fart coin, how will you tell everyone? That is a great question. All right, we are getting a tick up here. It's borderline. It's literally on the center of the indicator. The delta is headed up. It's negative, but it's headed up. So, where are we going here? Usually that's leading. All right, I just took that tick up long. Only because it's usually leading. So I'm in at 22.050.25. But if we get a tick down here, that changes everything. You got to pull it. Don't even tell me. Well, full loss on that one. Those are the worst, where you get in and it just dumps right away. It doesn't even go in your favor at all. Well, now I'm back under quite a bit. It didn't even tick down. You know, my 80 tick stop is supposed to be a catastrophic stop, not a actual stop. My stop is the signal line. Well, I know that we've been playing with fire here with this nasty delta, so that is all my fault. You're supposed to walk away when you see that. Well, we took out this little swing low right here. Had a little bit of a liquidity sweep. We are ticking up from the green zone now. Maybe she's ready after that. Kind of just chopping this anchored VWAP though too. Anyway, this is a long setup here. We got the delta above confirmation line, green zone tick up. Delta's tapering positive. I know we're chopping, but chop usually doesn't last forever. All right, I just took that long. $22,046. Man, I'm in too high. All right, hopefully the bulls can step it up and hit my first TP and then just run. I don't think I've had a single trade today that hit my second TP, did I? Maybe I did up here. Yeah, I did early this morning. But I should have had more than that by now. This delta is nasty. Yucky. Well, this one isn't looking so hot. Getting another stupid tick down in here. Where are the bulls? Well, it didn't officially tick down. Come on, bulls. Look at that nasty delta. Yuck. All right, bulls, take it away. Let's go. The bulls need some coaxing. Somebody coax the bulls. There we go. There's 4 contracts off. Can we go higher this time? I think it's time for a decent run. Let's go. You're targeting VWAP? 22,100. That would be a nice run. Do not stop out my break even. Crap, market. Hit my break even again. All right, well, looks like just a small winner again. It's just no follow through. Yeah, the delta sucks. But you know, so like this is where I would normally walk away. But you know, as soon as I walk away, this sucker's going to run. Does it every time. What does the 15-second look like? Any better? Power zone on the 15-second looks good. Yeah, the 5 is working on a tick down. How much time we got in that one? 2 minutes? The 3 is working on it too. The 15 doesn't show any signs of exhaustion yet. You know, the nice thing about this take profit strategy that I'm using right now is even though this looks like total crap, this was a winner. This would have been a winner if I would have actually pulled it on that tick down. But this was a winner at the end of that wick. This was a full loss, but this was a winner. So it actually works pretty darn good. I just left way too much on the table. If I hadn't done that, I would be looking a lot better right now. Well, we are showing another higher low. Is this one going to do it? Is it ready? I just took it. $22.045.25. Too choppy. Not going to work. Go, go, go. There's a winner. Another 4 contracts off. Just go, market. Stop messing around. And it hit my break even. What do you know? That's the thing to do. Barely hit my take profit and then hit my break even. Again. You know that's exactly what would happen. As soon as I end the stream, the market would wake up and say, Tommy's gone. Let's go, guys. Well, if I could keep pulling off these small little winners over and over again, I guess I can't complain too much about that. Those will all add up. It's the big full stop losers that kill me. But yeah, that anchored VWAP is literally just flatlined. We're just chopping it straight through. Chopping those EMAs. Man, with a really weak delta and a lower high, you almost got to short that. I'm going for a short here. $22,036.59. We have a very weak decreasing delta with a lower high in the red zone. That's a short. Will we see any follow through with it though? So close to hitting my TP. I'm going to go ahead and move everything to break even here. And maybe I'll get lucky and it'll just drop hard. Drop hard. Go on. This is all 8 contracts here. I'm not taking a shallow target on this one. You know, we got the 5 pointed down, the 3's pointed down, the 15's pointed down. Everything's pointed down right now, so maybe this will be a decent run to the downside. That would have hit TP right there, though. To the tick. Looking for a bigger move here, though. Can we get it? $11 o'clock candles coming in about a minute and 20 seconds. Just dump it. Do it. I don't like all this hesitation. 11 o'clock candle. Here we are. Dump it. Let's go. Yes. Yes. No. Yes. It's just so stagnant. And it hit my break even. But that would have been a winner had I just stuck to my original plan. So nasty right now. Well, that's the first time we've touched the power zone, though. That's a reason to go long there. Delta's still positive, even though it's been nasty chop. Delta looks like it's trying to turn up right here. We did test the 8. Yeah, I bet you that tick up from the power zone was it. All right, I just took that long. I know I'm late on it, but that power zone tick up, I think, is the one that was the one that we should have taken. So 22.049.25. Yeah, that should have been down here. It should have been in there. Hopefully this sucker can just go and stop messing around. There's 4 contracts off, moving the rest to break even. Now let's go. Let's stop messing around here. JWAS, are you still targeting VWAP? That'd be about 50 points from where I got in. If we can make it there. I would not be surprised if we make it up there and take out the swing high, which is at 22.108. 58.75 points. I just want to see the market gun in a direction. Here we go. Now we're getting a move. So see, if I would have ended the stream right here, this is what it's like clockwork every day. You know, I should just start trading at lunchtime. I don't know why I even trade the morning. Pre-market is good for me, and this time on is good for me. 8:30 until 11. I don't know what it is lately, but it just kind of sucks. Yeah, mid-morning is terrible. If I wanted to have the absolute best odds, I would trade 7 a.m. to 8:30, and then 11 to 1, and then come back at the end of the day for the last half hour. Can't do that though, because I got to pick up the kids from school. So the first hour is kind of iffy for me because I'm getting my daughter ready for school. So the kids get in the way a little bit. See if we can bust through this anchored VWAP here. Then we got the 200 to get through, which is at 22,084. There you go. Let's go, Bulls. So we did get a little sliver of a tick down there. That's supposed to be my exit. But I'm going to trail it with the trailing stop here. Not yet. Still too early. Actually, you know what? Instead of doing that, I know this is going to continue up here, so I'm going to abort that mission and use the 8 instead. The 8 or a lower high. If we get a lower high in the power zone, I'll exit on that. Hey, ML is here. Good morning. We just touched the 200. Can she keep going? Back down to the 8. Delta still rising. Fairly strong. Still no close under the 8, though. Come on, man. Is this where I give half of it back? Yeah, my original plan was the tick down from the power zone, so that would have been right here. Can we get back there? Just touch the 20. All right, now can we go? Burn back up to the 200. Delta still rising pretty aggressively, actually. So I'm going to hold on. Got to get back above that 8, though. ML, I was short 20 MNQ from 22 to 16.50 and settled for $400 because I wasn't feeling trading today. That sucks. Well, hey, at least you caught some of it. I caught a little sliver at the top. That was about it. And then we just watched it drop. All right, we're starting to get back above the 8. Can we hold? Delta still looks like it's coming through. Strength is coming back. All right, let's go one more leg. Can we do it? Can we do it? There we go. We're starting to pop back. We got that tick up above that rising delta. Back up to that anchored VWAP, but we got to get above it. I think we're going to do it. I think we're going to do it. Back above the anchored VWAP now, back to the 200. Let's keep pushing, bulls. Got the VWAP up here at 22,099. That's 50 points from my entry. Is BTC running? Yeah. You know, half of my Solana sold here in that power zone. So I still got some in, but I mean, those were winners, but they were small winners right here. But hopefully if BTC can go on a run and push Solana up there, that would be pretty nice. All right, we're starting to put in our first lower high. We have a higher high on the price, a little bit of bearish divergence here, so I'm going to have to trail this now. All right, I am trailing. Hopefully, the bulls will just step it up and go for a run here. Or it's going to stop me out right here. Go on, you can do it. And I'm stopped out. All right, so on those 4 contracts, 30 points. That's still pretty good. All right. And just like that, I am green again. Would have been better if we didn't have to deal with all that nasty before. We got the 3-minute ticking down from that upper power zone. The 5 is getting up there. It's not ticking down yet. All right, so we're getting a tick up from the red zone here. Could maybe treat this like a bull flag breakout if you. I'm giving it a shot. $22,082.50. That's the bull flag breakout entry in the playbook. We got our little trend line there. Will it work though? The delta is positive. It still has a positive slope on it, which is why I took that. Now it's showing more of a delta squeeze to the downside setup, which is what I was kind of afraid of. That's the risk anytime you take a bull flag breakout. And for some reason, the ones that I take tend to do that. Maybe the bulls can step it up here. Can they? Can they do it? I just exited right there. For 3-point loss. Minus 186. There wasn't much of a flagpole on that one, but decided to give it a shot anyway. Now it's going to go. Darn market. Yeah, the ATR is falling down, but I don't mind it being in the 30s. All right, now we're putting in a higher low. In the red zone. Delta's still rising, but it's thin. This puts in a higher low here. I'm going to go long. All right, I just went long there. 22,085. Oh, come on. Don't do that right away. There you go. There you go. Push it back up. Go hit that VWAP. ML, I missed it. Why did you exit the original long that you were in? Well, because my strategy, my take profit strategy says to get out on the first tick down, which was right here. And I actually extended that to the lower high tick down, which was here. And so it broke that lower wick there. So it took me out. And then I just wait for the next setup. Now these setups, I don't like as much because they're in the red zone, but I still think it wants to go up there and hit that VWAP. Yeah, well, I do tend to enter a lot and take a lot of trades, so I'm in and out quite a bit. But that's what works for me, so everyone's a little different. Man, we just cannot push past this 200. We are already ticking down here, man. I'm out. Ugh. Why? Those are those ones where if I don't take it, it goes. Watch, this one's going to go now. All those stupid little losses right there. It's minus 3.75 on that. Yeah, trading all day or holding all day is a lot easier in a personal account just because you don't have to worry about trailing drawdown at all. But if you're trading a prop firm and you got the trailing drawdown to worry about, then that's what kind of gets in your way. So otherwise, I would hold a lot longer, but that trailing drawdown can get you even when you're right, you know? Go figure. I'd have two small little losses in here, and then it goes. I figured it's going to want to run up and hit that VWAP, but at this point, I'm not going to keep trying. Jason says we're at the 50% retracement for the daily here. We just touched the previous month high. There was another little delta squeeze here at 1137. However, the slope doesn't agree. We are starting to see a little exhaustion in there, though. I'd feel better if the slope was more negative like that to go short. More delta exhaustion. Back down to that anchored VWAP, but I don't know. I'm kind of feeling a short in this area here. I just went short off the 8 right there. Trying to catch a wick. 22.084.50. If you close above the 8, I'm going to be mad. All right. Moving to break even. All right. Full 8 contract short right now. With my stop at break even, so total risk off. Don't hit my break even. Just fall apart. There you go. Fall apart. Don't do it. Stay away from my break even. Ah, it got me. It got me. It was worth a try. Well, that anchored VWAP is still holding here. We are getting a tick up from the green zone. Delta is positive. Still above the confirmation line. The sucker still might want to go along. Back above the 8 now. Gaining a little steam here. Of course. Man, those bulls. The timing was just totally off here for me. And now the candle's so big, I can't really take that long. Well, there's the VWAP touch I was looking for. Well, it hasn't actually touched it yet. It's really close. If we get a tick down in this red zone with a weak delta, that's going to be some bearish divergence here. Market just seems very weak here, like it wants to fall apart. ATR is down to a 33 now. I'll be right back. Of course, I walk away for a second and there's the drop. I felt it coming. I was thinking about shorting this lower high right here, but the delta was positive and pointed up at that time, so I was like, nah, I better not. If it was negative like this right here, I would have taken that short. We never did touch the VWAP. We got close. Now we're back under the anchored VWAP. Yeah, looks like that was the entry right here. 1146. And it was an up close candle even. Discount. That would have been a nice one. JWow's best part about that lower high tick down was it was in line with the 5-minute signal and the 3, right? That was 1146. This was 1145. Yeah. I suppose the 3 was ticked up at that point. Yeah. I think market's going to at least want to go take out that little swing low there. Took out the swing low, still dropping. Back down to that anchored VWAP. That's from the drop from earlier, so we could see a little bounce here. We also got that pivot line here at 22.041. We got the 12 o'clock noon candle coming in about 25 seconds. What is that going to do? Market's still dropping here. So we got that delta cross on that confirmation line, so I am bearish. Just waiting for a short setup. Market's still trying to push down here. Anything going on in the news? Bitcoin still pumping? What about Fartcoin? Looks like Bartcoin's going too. Sweet. Ah, looks like my bots picked up Chainlink too. Let's see where Chainlink is at. All right, there's Chainlink. What else? Render. And XRP. Sweet. Yeah, it's good to see Bitcoin above 98K. Well, my fart coin is up about 18% here. Sounds so ridiculous to say. All right, we are ticking up on the 3-minute from the lower power zone. So on the 3, that's a long there. On the 1, not so much. So apparently Michael Saylor gave a talk at CPAC this morning about Bitcoin. Maybe that's why Bitcoin's pumping. Do you guys have any interest in listening to that? I kind of do. Wouldn't mind seeing what he says. All right. Let me see if I can put that on here. Looks like it's about 20 minutes long or so, if you guys don't mind. Yeah. I agree with you, Jay Waz. All right. Let's see if I can put this on here.
CEO of a U.S. publicly traded company to transfer his entire balance sheet from cash into Bitcoin. Historic. That's incredible. That's risk. He is the largest single corporate holder of Bitcoin in the world, owning 478,740 Bitcoin, now worth $48 billion. Michael just didn't talk about Bitcoin. He bet on it. He built on it. And he led the way for corporations, investors, and people like me and you to invest and remain sovereign. He remains one of the most influential voices in financial and technological history, proving that Bitcoin isn't just an investment, it's a revolution that America has to dominate. Please join me in welcoming one of the most fearless and financial minds in our future, a champion of digital freedom and a trailblazer, Michael Saylor.
Well, thanks for the intro. I'm really excited to be able to address this group today because I think that Bitcoin represents the most powerful technology force for conservatism in the world. And I don't know that that's fully appreciated, but Satoshi, many years ago, had this vision for sound money and sovereign money via technology, via modern cryptography, modern semiconductors, the modern internet. And that idea of giving economic power to the individual in the face of the overwhelming power of the collective, when you feel like the government's against you, the banking system against you, the currency is against you, big tech is against you, when you're the little guy, when you're struggling for freedom and struggling in the face of overwhelming power, you need some advantage. And Satoshi created this network that's based on two principles. One principle is integrity, and the other principle is sovereignty. The integrity, we all know, is there'll never be more than 21 million Bitcoin, and that's enforced by millions and millions of computers and hundreds of millions of people everywhere in the world that believe it's not okay to lie, cheat, or steal. It's not okay to distort the truth. There is a truth. There is a universal common ledger that no one can tamper with, no one can corrupt, not a nation state, not a company, not a politician. And that idea of a censorship-resistant, unstoppable version of the truth was a first in human history.
It was a first.
And then the second idea is sovereignty. It's like, well, if there is a truth, can you own it? Right? So with Bitcoin, the idea is you can own a Bitcoin and you don't have to trust a bank with it. You don't have to trust the city with it. You don't have to leave it in the custody of a big company. You can take self-custody. So we oftentimes say, what do you own? The only thing you own are your memories. Everything else in this world that you own at the pleasure of someone more powerful than you, and they can take it away from you via force. What they can't take away from you is your experience and what's in your head. And the brilliance of Satoshi was, what if we could put all of the money in the world into the heads of the people? What if what you knew was the password to unlock all of your wealth or protect it, and nobody else could take it away from you? And that's a profound shift, because what Satoshi did was gave us a network where hundreds of millions of people can own and control their economic energy in a censorship-resistant, unstoppable fashion. And that was an idea worth nothing for a year, and then it became worth $1 million, and then it became worth $1 billion, and then it became worth $10 billion, and then it became worth $100 billion. And when MicroStrategy, now Strategy, got in the business about 4 years ago, it was worth $150 billion. And today it's worth $2 trillion.
And at that time, you were a software company, and you saw this as an opportunity, a different opportunity.
We were a software company, and we were staring at a quick death or slow death or take a risk. And you know, when the COVID lockdowns took place and the interest rates went to zero, we had to decide, were we going to sell the company, throw in the towel, or could we find a way out? And this is the challenge that 40 million companies in America have, which is if you're not one of the Magnificent Seven, if you're not Apple or Google or Microsoft, how are you supposed to compete in a world where trillion-dollar companies have all the power, big banks have all the power, big government has the power, and Bitcoin offered us the way out, because if you recapitalize a company on Bitcoin, you're not slave to the bank, you're not slave to the currency, you're not slave to the local politician that tells you what you can do and how you can use your money. Instead of having the central bank take interest rates to zero and keep them there forever, right? Bitcoin gave us a 60% return every year, because the Bitcoin interest rate is set by a global decentralized system of capital flows. So my company was able to save itself when we switched from Bitcoin, from the US Treasury or the bond to Bitcoin. Our market cap increased from $1 billion to $100 billion. And our enterprise value increased from 600 million to 105 billion. And we went from a $500 million company growing 0% a year, competing against a monopoly, Microsoft, where it's hopeless, to a $50 billion company growing 60% a year that's part of the digital economy. So I feel blessed, and we are very fortunate, but that really motivated me with a mission. And what I realized is Satoshi gave us a way out of our conundrum. Satoshi gave us a strategy that makes a small company big and powerful, that makes the individual more powerful than the state, that turns the power balance between the collective and the individual on its head. And the secret to that is this powerful worldwide network that puts the individual first, that's uncorruptible, that anybody can join, that gives you unfettered, uncensored property rights.
Well, to that point, I'd spent the last couple of days preparing for this and had a list of questions for Michael. And about 10 minutes before we sat down on the stage, and he goes, let's talk about why Bitcoin is conservative. Let's talk about why this is your coin and this is your industry. So, Michael, how is Bitcoin conservative? Why should it be important to this audience, the largest conservative conference in the world?
Bitcoin literally represents the conservation of energy in cyberspace. Satoshi implemented a protocol which is inherently conservative. If I send Bitcoin to you, I lose it, you have it. I can't create more. I can't lie about it. The thing that's beautiful about nature is conservation of energy. Conservative is based on natural law. It's based on the idea that if you just make something up which isn't true, you'll be punished. And the Bitcoin network represents that innate integrity and truth. So, you know, if you think about the world today, there's just an inherent force. There's a struggle between capitalism and socialism, between people that believe in freedom and free markets and those that believe in central planning and collectivism. And if I'm a socialist, I want to take away your guns and your money. And Bitcoin is money that they can't take away. Like, what freedom do you have if you have all of your money in a bank that can freeze it? What freedom do you have if you have your money embedded in a currency where someone can print 4x more of it without your approval and debase it to zero? What freedom do you have if you own real estate in a city where the mayor can put rent control on it or expropriate it, or the governor can tax it away from your family? What freedom do you have if all your wealth is in a business where the government can tell you can't operate, shut down your pipeline, tax your employees, tax your income, regulate your product? And the answer is, you only have conditional freedom until the government changes and they just take away that freedom. And then When they take away your wealth, when they take away your economic power, they're going to starve you to death, and then you've got nothing. So Bitcoin represents putting your economic wealth in cyberspace. It's beyond the reach of the mayor, beyond the reach of the governor, beyond the reach of any nation state, beyond the reach of any other company that would do you harm. It is the first time in the history of the human race that you can bind economic energy tightly to an individual, to a family, to your company, and you don't have to ask permission to have economic wealth, to have money, and you don't have to live in fear that someone gets up on a morning and just takes it all away from you to power you down. And so if I am conservative, I want a family, I want a company, I want freedom. Well, how are you going to pay for it? And if you live in a country like Venezuela and the currency goes to zero, you're going to be begging for food next week. Wouldn't it be great if I could take the wealth of my family and put it into a network that no one can loot, no one can corrupt, and at the end of the day, I don't want to gamble my future. I don't want to take my life savings and gamble in the stock market. I don't want to take my life savings and gamble that the mayor of the city won't just take my property away from me. I actually just want to own the wealth. I want to own my money. And Bitcoin is a way for you to convert your capital into digital capital that will last 1,000 years. Your country will be, your company, your country, or your family will be wealthy for generations to follow. You don't have to live in fear. And when you don't have to live in fear, when you have economic independence, you can actually stretch your time horizon out, and you can build an institution, you can build your family, you can build a life for yourself.
Michael, you talked about several things there. One is wealth, sovereignty, agency, the ability to come in and for someone, a mayor, a city councilman, to take what you have. We've seen that happen from New York to California. A lot of us have been subject to this. And then you also talk about leadership. We have President Trump. We have the greatest leader our nation has ever had. He's compared to George Washington. People love him. We love him. He sees Bitcoin, he sees the digital asset industry as an exceptional opportunity. How can America ensure its dominance moving forward?
You know, this nation became great because of the Louisiana Purchase. We bought a third of the country from Napoleon for a few $1 million. Then we purchased Texas and California from the Mexicans for a few million more. Then we purchased Alaska from the Russians for a few million more. We didn't even know there'd be $1 trillion of mineral rights underneath Alaska when we purchased it. They called it Seward's Folly. But what I'm describing is manifest destiny. If you want to create a great nation, you have to build it on valuable property. You have to know, where is all the money headed? Where is the future? When we bought California, we didn't know there'd be a Hollywood. We didn't know there'd be a Silicon Valley. No one really considered. In 1867, we didn't have a petroleum industry. And so where is the money headed in the future? The money's headed to cyberspace. Bitcoin is property in cyberspace. The manifest destiny of this country is to own cyberspace. And I think that President Trump understands the value of owning scarce, desirable property. If we go to cyberspace and we buy Bitcoin and the nation embraces Bitcoin, then all of the capital in the world, all of the Chinese money, all the Russian money, all the European money, all of the money from the 20th century, the money invested in a Siberian warehouse, the money invested in fill in the blank, anything you could possibly own in Africa, all of that capital is flowing into cyberspace. It's going from physical to digital. It's flowing from the 20th century to the 21st century. The 21st century is going to be 1 billion AIs thinking 1 million times a second. And what are they going to be using to move their money around. They're going to use digital money because they can't get a bank account. They can't get a credit card. I have to approve my wire transfers from my bank once a week. It takes about 20 minutes, and they ask me on the phone whether the money should move.
It's a good problem. With 478,740 Bitcoin, Michael.
The computers...
We don't feel too bad is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I get it. But my point we've been doing it that way for 50 years. And if you look at the way the digital economy is going to run in the 21st century, it's going to be 1 billion computers thinking 1 million times a second, moving assets at the speed of light. Bitcoin represents digital capital. That network is $2 trillion today. It's going to be $20 trillion in 4 to 8 years. It's going to be $200 trillion in 20 years. Then it's going to grow faster than every other asset in the world. It's going to continue to grow. The United States should own it, right?
Is that the conversation? Talk to us about the U.S. Bitcoin reserve. Everyone, and we've heard a couple other coins being yelled at by the crowd, and people want to know, are we going to have a U.S. Bitcoin reserve, and when is that going to happen?
The way to think about Bitcoin is it's the most powerful digital network in the world. It is cyber power. If you want to dominate the next 100 years, just like the last 100 years is based upon dominating sea power, fire power, air power, space power, nuclear power. You want to dominate cyberspace. You want cyber power. It's the unstoppable network that no one can corrupt, and the use of the unstoppable network, among other things, is hundreds of trillions of dollars of capital moving from point A to point B. But the other use of the network is I can send a message which is unstoppable, and I can store information that is unstoppable, and I can prove beyond a shadow of a doubt the authenticity of an instruction or a document. No country, no company, no individual, not 1 trillion computers can corrupt that message. So if you want to own the future, you want to own cyberspace. How do you own cyberspace? You own Bitcoin, and then you run the Bitcoin networks. You mine Bitcoin, you own Bitcoin. President Trump understands property. He understands the value of Greenland. He understands the value of Alaska. He understands the value of oil rights. He understands drill, baby, drill would be impossible if we didn't own the land, right?
He understands American dominance.
And land is physical property. When I run electricity through semiconductors and I create a wall of encrypted energy, I create digital property. Bitcoin is digital property. You should own it. Your company should own it. Our nation should own it. It is the future.
In your perspective, how soon do you think we're going to be buying Bitcoin and have within our U.S. reserve at a timeline? You think it's going to be 12 months, 24 months?
I think there's an appreciation of the power of Bitcoin throughout the cabinet, throughout the House, throughout the Senate. There's going to be a political process by which we build consensus with the White House, the Senate, and the cabinet, and find the right way through. But, what I would say on this topic is the U.S. could own 20% of the network like that for free. The dollar would strengthen, the nation would be enriched. And the real promise is if you own 4 to 6 million Bitcoin, you're going to pay off the entire national debt. You're going to neutralize it. We can generate a $50 trillion to $80 trillion benefit to the United States people, to the citizens, to the taxpayers, and we can do it simply by seeing the future. It cost $6 million to buy Alaska. The payoff was $1 trillion. Just like right now, you can literally buy it for a song and dance. That's the opportunity. The risk is that you wouldn't want the Saudis to buy it first, or the Russians, or the Chinese, or the Europeans. And there's only room for one nation state to buy up 20% of the network. And obviously, I think it should be the United States. I think it will be the United States. It's a way for us to enrich ourselves and emerge as a creditor nation in a matter of a decade. It's also a way for us to ensure that we're the economic leaders in cyberspace and the digital economy for the next 100 years. And if we do that, every one of our allies will follow us, and then all of our enemies will end up having to buy into the network once it passes 10 or 20 million a coin, and they will enrich us.
And we saw that just yesterday. President Trump was in Miami, and he was talking about Bitcoin. The Bitcoin reserve is a touchy subject. A lot of people want to know what other coins within the digital asset industry are going to be involved. The U.S. does not just hold just gold and oil within our reserve. It holds up to 27 other trace minerals, and so we're completely diversified. Do you see room for another digital asset to be included in the Bitcoin reserve or the U.S. financial reserve system?
I think the key thing to keep in mind right now is that Bitcoin is a commodity. It is an asset without an issuer. There is no company, no individual, no country, no entity that can corrupt it. It has reached escape velocity. It has gotten to the point where it is basically a freedom virus, a truth virus, a monetary virus. It has been embraced by $1 trillion of smart money. That is, $1 trillion of real money has been invested in the network. It is 99% of the digital power on Earth. It's fairly unstoppable. And so if you're going to capitalize a company or a country, you want to capitalize it on property or a commodity or a network which is beyond the point where anybody could change the nature of it. And so that makes Bitcoin the most certain thing in the digital universe.
And when you talk about certainty and when you talk about truth, over the last 4 years, we've experienced as a culture travesty. We haven't been able to speak. We've been censored. How does Bitcoin, what is Bitcoin to you? What do you see that others don't? And how can conservatives capitalize on the opportunity to take advantage and make sure that America is dominating our future, that we have the economic freedoms, that our children and our families in America will stay at the front runner of this industry?
What I would say to everybody in this room is if you want freedom, if you want liberty, if you want to live your finest life, you're going to need economic power. You need physical power, you need political power, but you need economic power. Bitcoin represents economic armor. When you put on the suit of armor, then no mayor, no government, no collectivist, no socialist can debank you. They can't take your money away. They can't impoverish you. Just like a gun is a deterrent, Bitcoin is a deterrent, because if you have wealth in Bitcoin, you have the option to move it to any jurisdiction, and you can keep it, and no one can take it away from you via force of violence, no matter where you are on Earth. And so Satoshi gave us an opportunity. I hope I intrigue all of you with the opportunity, and you go do the research and determine for yourself how you benefit from it. But I just leave you with the thought that Bitcoin is economic armor.
You have, Michael. Thank you. God willing, we have as much Bitcoin as Michael one day. This is a defining moment for digital assets. It's a defining moment for our country. We thank all of you. Michael, thank you so much for joining us. CPAC is going to be at the front of the digital asset industry. We see Bitcoin and the entire industry as a significant resource for our country and our people. Thank you, everyone. God bless America.
Thank you.
Can you guys hear me? Am I back? All right. I'm in a long currently. We had a higher low on the 1 and a higher low on the 3. The 3 is looking fairly bullish. The one, not as bullish, but not looking for a huge move here, so hopefully this one can still play out. Yeah, that was a beautiful setup right here after that Delta cross. You know, I wait for that signal to come back up to that upper power zone after the cross. And usually that's a great move, but there wasn't really too much follow through on that one. So it was still a winner, but I was hoping it was going to be better than that. All right, so this one on the one looks like it might actually start piddling out here. Come on, man. There you go, bulls. Run it back up. Still haven't officially put in a tick down, so I'm still holding on. There we go. Can we run it back up here? Delta is headed up. It's looking somewhat strong. Just needs a little push. Still could use a push. Getting closer now. Signal's almost that upper power zone. Come on, bulls, just run with it. So close to my target. JWAS, you're still long and targeting VWAP? Well, that would be good. Let's see if the bulls can follow through here. ATR is only at a 35. But, you know, usually about 12:30 to 1 or so. There's usually a decent run in there. I know There's only so much of the chop I can stand. Come on. Get up there. We're so close. All right, still haven't officially ticked down. Still in. Since there's so much hesitation right here, I'm going to move to break even. And then if it really wants to fly, I'll be in 8 contracts. So, totally risk off now. All right, bulls, step it up. Let's go. Let's fly. Brian Hawkins, when you get a sec, look at the 4-hour delta. Let me know what you think. Okay. The 4-hour. Well, here, let me go back to the 1 so I can keep an eye on that. Oh, come on. Don't stop me out here. You son of a... See how close it got to my initial take profit, but I'm gone now. Anyway, 4-hour. I'll put it up here on the 15. There's the delta squeeze for a short right here at 1 a.m. on the 4-hour. Still no tick up from the bottom, but that's a short. There's a short here and a short here. Well, speaking of shorts, we're getting a tick down near the upper power zone. Delta is really weak right here. I went ahead and took that short. It just couldn't get up there. 22,049. That's where I'm in. Don't bring the chop back, please. Oh. But yeah, that's a short right there. So even if this fails, I can't feel too bad about it. Come on, man, though. Oh, I hate chop. Look at that. Just immediately goes against me. And I was doing so good. And now this is going to set me back again. Darn it. Well, I'm out. 13.75. That brings us to minus 326. Man, I was doing so good until that moment. It's another little mini broadening formation. We're making higher highs and lower lows. Those always get me right in the apex right here. I don't mind them once they start, moving, because then you can actually catch some good moves in there. But right at the start, that is tricky. Brian, did I answer your question on the 4 hour, or were you wondering something specific about that? Brian, you don't think the delta crossing down seems bearish? I did think it seems bearish. Here, let me pull that back up. Here's the 4 hour. So yeah, I said this right here, that is a delta squeeze to go short because you have a negative sloping delta, and it's negative at the point where you get this lower high. You also had one right here. So there's the first short. Here's the second short. So yeah, that's bearish. That's a short, but I could tell this is on the verge of ticking up right here. So if you get a tick up, you could maybe expect this to come up somewhere in here. So there could be another, pullback up to the red zone. And then you get another tick down. If that delta is still really weak when you get this tick down right there, or somewhere up here in the power zone, that's the optimal short entry. That's basically what we just had on the 1. If you go back to the 1, that's what I circled here. You had the cross down, and then you had the signal pull down to the lower power zone, up to the upper power zone, and tick down. That's your short right there. It's like you got this initial down move, and then there's this pullback up, and then you're getting in on the turn. As long as the delta's still under the confirmation line, that's the requirement there. If the delta was really strong and back up here, then that would invalidate it. So yes, it does seem bearish, but you can still get a run back up before you get that pullback down. All right. As we were talking about that, looks like we missed a short right here from the power zone. That would have been a winner. Yeah, so going back to what we were just talking about, yeah, on the 4-hour time frame, we could be like right here in this scenario. So see how you still have, and at that point you're like right there. You could still have more of a pullback down, or you could just pull up from here and then head down like in this area on the 4-hour time frame. Setups are exactly the same. It's just different time frame. Back down to the bottom of the broadening formation. It's interesting that we never did take out this low. I thought we would for sure take this low out on this move. But not only did we not take that out, we still haven't taken out that swing high. So we're kind of in a little bit of a chop zone here. We're stuck in a mother bar. Which would explain why this is kind of nasty right here. But the way the delta's looking, it looks like we still want to come down and take out that low. Because the delta is rolling back over. We did get that tick down from the power zone. I think that was the entry right there. Or we can get a tick up from this lower power zone and the delta could turn back up. Like I said, it's kind of a chop zone. It could go either way. We did tick down on the 3. The 3 is back to being bearish. Five is ticking down. Everything's pointed down at the moment. Flashing a tick up from that lower power zone. Is this a long? I didn't take it, but so that means there'll probably be a winner. Let's simulate it. Here's the entry. Yeah, I think it'd be a winner if I would have taken it. Power zone to power zone is usually pretty good when you're chopping sideways. Well, I was hoping we would have a better move over the lunch hour here, but nothing's happening. Are the bulls going to finally take this high here? Yep, the bulls are turning it around. We took out that swing high finally. Back to the anchored VWAP. We do have a fair value gap in here that people might try to short off of. That also lines up with that broadening formation. It's putting in a lower high after touching that fair value gap. However, looking at the cumulative delta, it would appear that we're going to start turning up here. We got the delta back above the confirmation line. Hopefully that confirmation line starts to turn up a little bit here. Give us an opportunity to go long. We're also ticking up on the 5 and the 3 and the 15. I think all the fair value gap short sellers are going to get run over. That delta is heading up fairly strongly here. That's the most strength that we've seen since we dropped under the confirmation line over here. Could be short-lived, I suppose. We'll see. Still bullish strength in that delta. It does appear that the 15, the 5, and the 3 are trying to turn up. All right, we got to tick up above a rising delta in the red zone. It's a potential long, but it's in the red zone. It's not ideal. But the delta does look solid. I'm giving it a shot. Gonna run over the fair value gap, guys. 22,079.50. Don't lose your strength yet, market. Let's go. What are the chances I would get in right at the top of that? The delta looked really strong. Still looks fairly strong. All right, can we pull out of it? There we go. Still strong. I don't like the hesitation, and I don't like the second higher low that it put in there. I thought we were going to gun through that zone. There we go. Delta is getting stronger. It's a good sign. Go ahead and move to break even here. And I'm not taking a partial on this. I'm just going to go all 8 contracts. If I get stopped out, it'll be break even. See, I figured, you know, when it wants to jump a fair value gap, it's usually a big candle like that. It'll just gun right through it. And normally I would not go long into a fair value gap, but the delta was the dead giveaway here. And that's why I like the cumulative delta. It, for the most part, can tell you what's about to happen. You know, we had a aggressively rising delta. It was really strong all throughout, except for this little weak point right there. But as soon as that weak point went away, boom, game on again. If it was a weak flat delta like over here in this area, if it looked like that going into that fair value gap, there's no way I would have went long there. And that is something you cannot see if you're just trading fair value gaps. So now that we're at VWAP, what's it gonna do? JWA says these 5K proposed Doge checks are going to pump assets, just like the COVID stimulus checks. That would be kind of nice. You know, with them printing the COVID stimulus checks, that I do not like. Like, that was basically them stealing from everybody. You know, that's what really gave rise to all this inflation. Anytime they turn on the money printer. But if they're just moving money around, I don't know if that's what they're proposing with the Doge checks, but if the money's already out there and they're just moving it into our pockets instead of theirs, I'm all for that. That's actually pretty awesome. Yeah, that 40% new money supply, as soon as they did that, I was telling everybody it was going to be in for a world of hurt over the next few years. Of course, the general population is just oblivious to it, though. They just think it's because corporations are raising prices because they're greedy. You know, business owners have to survive. They have to raise their prices if costs go up. They're already operating on such low margins. Yeah, it's all Elon's fault. Well, so far we've made it to 80 ticks. Can I get a 125? 125, anybody? We're on top of VWAP. Delta's still strong and heading up. Wouldn't be a bad idea to just wait for a Delta cross for an exit at this point. Did we take this high? Yes, we did. We have not taken this high up here, though. This is the one I think we're going to take. There we go, bulls. Let's push her up. Keep pushing. Maybe we could maybe we can come up and hit the previous day low. That's sitting at 118. We got the London low up here at 22,140. Can we get up there? Possibly. I mean, if we could, we just retested VWAP here, so this could really start moving now. Potentially. Kind of stalling out here a little bit, but hopefully it's just a little pit stop. The signal is still staying above the strong delta, and that's the main thing that I'm looking for. As long as it stays above, I'm going to stay in. All right, we just took out that swing high. Barely, but we did. All right, so the fact that we just took that out, I'm going to start trailing. I could just wait for a close under the delta, but I'm just going to trail instead. One second. My dog is freaking out at the FedEx guy. Come on. Why do you bark at him? He's your friend. All right. Am I still in? Yes, I'm still in. Maybe not for long. And I'm out. All right. Well, that was a good one. 8 contracts at 25 and a quarter. Brings us to 64. And this to 465. Well, guys, I think that's going to probably do it for me today. 219 points, not bad for today. But you know what really kind of screwed me though was all the fees. So if I pull this up, I'm actually not doing all that great. I got 200. Come on, spreadsheet. I got 219 points, assuming one contract. I was trading 8 contracts. But when you look at the fees, my P&L is only like $266 trading micros. So I could have done a lot better, but I will take that for today. So I'm going to go ahead and call it here. I got a few other things I got to do. The Team Maker indicator is lighting up. I see some action incoming within minutes. Yeah, you're probably right. But hey, I'm just glad I was able to get back to a decent green day. So I'm not going to push it. And here she goes. Now there's our delta squeeze right here. That would have been a good short right there. Anyway. Oh, you trade futures on Webull? No fees? I didn't know Webull had no fees. That's pretty cool. Anyway, tomorrow's Friday. Hopefully tomorrow will be a much better day. So good luck to you guys. We'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm out.
I said certified trend, watch that V-Boss stick. Trade so clean, got my profits real thick.
Yeah, I use that VWI, volume weighted, that's the map. Hit my levels, never cap, big green candles, watch them stack. I'm in the zone, got my setup tight. VWL bouncing, entry right. Big lot size, no scalp life. Trend is strong, I hold all night. Market open, watch the tape, liquidity gon' set my fate. If it holds, I let it ride. If it breaks, I cut with pride. Midday chop, I step aside. Wait for trend and I decide. Be broke by magnet, price aligns. Catch that dip, now watch it climb. Yeah, I use that view get, volume weighted, that's the map. Trend confirm, I let it clap. Catch that move, no looking back. The mode is shift, I see it clean. Delta rising, bulls and steam. Volume high, trend is mean. New day high, that's routine. Market's wild, stay composed. Bounce, I double dose. Risk is tight, reward is vast. Let it run, no exit fast. Free market plan already set. If it's weak, then short's the bet. Buy it strong, but I'll adapt. Trade what's real, don't get trapped. No emotions, risk defined. Vobo telling me it's time. Big green candles, money stacked. Trade that volume, never lack. Market open, watch the tape. Liquidity gon' set my fate. If it holds, it gon' set my fate. If it holds, I'll let it ride. If it breaks, I cut with pride. Midday chop, I step aside. Wait for trend, then I decide. Market open, watch the tape. Liquidity gon' set my fate. If it holds, I'll let it ride. If it breaks, I cut with pride. Midday chop, I step aside. Wait for trend, then I decide. Why day chop, I step with pride. Midday chop with pride. Midday chop, I step aside. Wait for trend, then I decide. Vop on magnet, price aligns. Catch that dip, now watch it climb. No emotions, risk defined. Vobo telling me it's time. Big green candles, money stacked. Trade that volume, never lack. Never lack. Whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah. Look back, momentum shift, I see it clean. Delta rising, bulls and steam. Volume high, trend is mean. New day high, that's routine. Market's wild, stay composed. Vow bounce, I double dose. Risk is tight, reward is vast. Let it run, no exit fast. Pre-market plan already set. If it's weak, then short's the bet. Buy it strong, but I'll adapt. Trade what's real, don't get trapped. Vibes keeps me sane. Baseline price, it runs the game. Overextended, I refrain. Wait for retest, then I claim. No emotion, his get fine. Baseline price, it runs the game. Overextended, I refrain. Wait